we are going to create a full stack site today with React in the front end and FastAPI in the back end with it, which is Python. There are two purposes of this video: to learn React and Python and how they work together. Also, this will give you a quite useful application that is in one directory where you can have CRUD, create, read, update, delete actions in the front end, which access your API in the back end. Let me show you what this looks like. First of all, here is a animation. We have here our JSON file on the right, and on the left we are clicking along, and we're going to delete an item, and you see that it is actually deleted in the JSON file. So that's the point. I have the application actually running here. The way you'll start it is, so let's say you use this tutorial, and at the end you have a full stack application React Python in one directory. Here you see that this is a Vite site under the source directory, and this is the backend. Here we have main py, which is the main entry point, and we have our routers and things like that, and the front end and back end communicate over via a port, and we'll take care of cores if you're familiar with that, so that this is a useful application. The way you will start it is in the how-to I actually used concurrency, but with Python there were issues like that. So the way you'll start it is just to say npm run, and let's actually look at the package JSON here. Npm run backend, and then npm run frontend, which starts backend starts a bash script, which then starts the Python. Let's look at the bash script. Where's the bash script? Hello. Start. Yeah, here. Start backend. So it just goes into it creates the environment, the Python environment. If you're familiar with that, and then goes into the backend and just starts the it's a serve sh file, so another sh file, and that starts the UVcorn server, which runs the main py, and that is your backend. So as you can see, if you're doing this for the first time, there's a lot of moving parts here. This video will get you up and running with front end, back end. Anyway, so what I wanted to say is that we are going to also start the front end. So what I did was I was in a terminal here. I started the back end, and then I go into a terminal here and start the front end. npm run front end, I believe it's called. Let's look. Package JSON front end, and this is just a standard Vite command that is running on a port number, and we say front end, and there we go. It starts. It's going to do the open. So those are the two commands that you type, and here we see the app. I use a template for this that you will also start with, so all kinds of things are built into it. We have React Router, we have Tailwind, we have we use a state management tool called easy-peasy Redux, which I can recommend if you're into like Zustand and HOWTO, I think it's called. It's in that direction, but basically a wrapper for Redux. Very nice. Yeah, and as I showed earlier, you can open and close these and then delete them. So let's delete Bootstrap, for instance. We see here, this is our backend. Let's go into our JSON file. Skills JSON, Angular, REST, UX, testing, Bootstrap, there it is. Let me delete it. Click. It's no longer here. I reload. It's still not here because it has been deleted. Yeah, it's been deleted. If we look here, we see that it has indeed been deleted. So let me undo that. As you see here, this is quite useful as a local application because you can have a JSON file or any number of JSON files. I like JSON files for storing data because they're human readable. You can go in here with an editor, or if you know VI, can find things very quickly, move around in the file very quickly, copy, paste, that kind of thing. So you're in a kind of database that you can edit with an editor, which is nice. And if you ever need to scale up to SQL or some kind of cloud solution, you can very easily import these into an online Postgres or MySQL or something like that, or Mongo, because it's JSON, So I like these kinds of applications, and what I'm doing with these videos now is combining technologies, front end, back end. So right now we're doing React on the front end and Python on the back end. I'll be doing React front end and no, a SvelteKit front end and back end Python, and then one with Go and that kind of things. So yeah, that's the idea of this video. Learn technologies and how they work together, and at the end you have a useful application that runs in directory and use it to track data locally, that kind of thing. Also, because this is JSON, you could also read the JSON actually by importing it from the front end, then publish it on Vercel, for instance. Very easy. A very easy workflow. And so you can edit the data locally, push the site to Vercel, which no longer has a backend, but it reads the data that you edit locally. So also very useful for online sites that are read-only, but you edit them locally. So that's why I like this format of applications. Lots to learn. Let's get started. Let's go back here to the how-to. The how-to will be in the video notes, so it's 898 at my how-to site. I believe I've covered all of these points. Let's just go down through here. What you will learn, yes. TypeScript, of course. We also use Zod for validation. A very good tool. Basically, in your front end, anytime data comes into your front end, you want to make sure that it is what you expect. Even if you get data from your own JSON file, it could be corrupted. You could have deleted a line or something like that, or a date might not be in the right format and stuff. You can use Zod to check your data with regex, that kind of thing. A very good tool to get to know and use when you import data from any external source in your front end. I also use make a function that uses a promise, which is also a good skill to know in JavaScript. We use Tailwind, which I just read the other day has now 1 billion downloads, so it's popular. What we won't cover, I won't be doing complete CRUD. We only do the delete because the video would just become too long, but this will get you started. And a site that's up and running. We won't deploy it online, but as I mentioned, that could very well be done. And these are the characteristics of the site. You'll have an application at the end of the tutorial. Even if you haven't done any Python, you can do this tutorial. We go step by step, but the front end side we skip over a lot. I start with a template that I use that has already responsive is built in, and React router and that kind of thing. So it would be good to be up to speed with React. 1 second, please. I need to stop this recording. Pause it. 1 sec. So are we running? Yes. And what I also wanted to say was that this is a site that is designed to work on all operating systems. So that's also nice. The code is here. If you click, you go to a repository, and you have the same GIF to see how things run, what is in the front end and back end, and how to start it. Without further ado, let's start. So let's see, I'm going to just take this maybe over here, and then we can concentrate on let's see, how did I do this before? 1 sec. So I honestly don't remember how I did it last time in my last video. But we're experimenting here. I think it would be better to have the how-to, which I have prepared, on the screen so that you can follow along and see where I am, that kind of thing. So, step number 1, set up FastAPI backend with hello world route. So we're just going to set up a Python FastAPI backend. So you need to go to where you have your projects. So let me see. Oh, here, by the way, I'm using OBS to record this. It's open source. I didn't know it at all. Used ChatGPT, talked with ChatGPT for about 10 minutes and got up to speed with making videos like this. So if you're interested in making videos, OBS is a nice open source solution. So go to your projects. Here I have a project Python, I think. Yeah, Flash Showcase 001. So what I'm going to do is make Flash Showcase 002. No, 003, because I already have 002. So I'm on Windows here. I'm going to open Hyper, which is a terminal I can recommend because it uses the git bash, and you have the feeling you're in Linux. So we are now in our terminal, and we want to just make a directory. So make a directory with whatever you want to call it. Let me see what I have here. 1 second. Flask. Was that Flash Showcase? Okay, actually that was somewhere else, but let me call it 002 then. It was quite a long time ago that I did this how-to, so I'm getting back into it myself. But in any case, we need to create a directory, which is what we're doing. So info site, always a good name for I might have a 002 somewhere, so I'm going to do like 004. It really doesn't matter. Make a directory, and then if you just do code and then that directory, you get into Visual Studio Code very nicely. And remember, we are making an application which has the backend and front end in one directory. So we're starting with the backend, and we're going to put it into a directory called backend at some point. Or actually, we don't do that yet, that's right. Let's just follow the instructions here. What you have to do when you use Python is you have to make a virtual directory. This is kind of like npm or node modules for Python. So when I'm in my Visual Studio Code, I do a Control-Shift backtick, and I have my terminal in there, which is nice. And then go ahead and do Python -m venv, and I have since understood that the venv is the standard name for the virtual directory, not env. I think env is confusing because it can be easily confused with environment variable file. So go ahead and create the virtual directory with Python -m venv. This is going to create a venv directory, and there we see it. Okay, we have created the virtual directory, but now we need to activate it. So let's do that with source and then venv. So script. This might be different in Mac OS, but ask your favorite AI bot. I'll be glad to tell you how to do this. Activate it, and now you see this venv. This means that we are in the virtual directory. That means that that means we have pip, I believe. If you say pip list, you see everything that we have installed. So if you are a MERN developer, familiar with Node, that kind of thing, this is very similar. These are all the packages that we use. And speaking of packages, we're going to install our first one, which is FastAPI, an API for Python. So pip install FastAPI all. Well, it's kind of like npm install. I don't think you can just use I, but that's going to install it. And after it is installed, we can do a pip list again. Pip is for like Python package manager or something. Basically npm. We can do a pip list and see what it installed, because it installed, of course, FastAPI, but all of its dependencies as well. So pip list, and we see that FastAPI is in here, but also FastAPI CLI, everything that it needs. Uvicorn is our server. All right, so now we have FastAPI. Now what we're going to do is create a hello world. So let's just go ahead and do that. In the HOWTO, I'm going to do it the same way as the HOWTO. I'm just creating it in the root directory. I'm practicing saying root and route correctly. Root as in R-O-O-T. This is the root directory, and APIs have routes. I think that's a good way to distinguish this confusing similarity between the words in English. This is going to be called main Python. And if you haven't, install your Python extensions. Let me show you what I have here. Python environment manager. I think this, yeah, Python from Microsoft, and perhaps Python extension pack, but those four would be nice. I find the experience in Visual Studio Code with all those installed is very nice, with autocomplete and that kind of thing in Python. So here we get FastAPI, then we have to create, this is kind of like in Express, you have to create an app variable, same basic thing here. Now we have app, this is our decorator, this is a get route, right, and an async function. Def, that means function. Hello world. Colon on the end, and return with such nice Python simplicity, simply an object. And there we have it. Super. Make a script to start the server. We'll call it serve sh. Let me create that. Serve sh. This is a bash script. So I don't know if that's actually necessary, but standard bash script header. And then this is what we saw in our dependencies. Uvicorn, that's our server. Start main, and inside app. Every time you change the files, it's going to reload, which is like nodemon, if you're familiar with that. And do it on port 335. So do I want to do it with the same one? Yeah, I'll close the other one if it's still running. Let me see if it's actually still running. It is still running, so let me close it. 1 second please. 1 second please. Yeah, here, 335. So this is all closed, and I can now run it on 335 and it'll be the same in the HOWTO. Alright, there we have it, a serve sh. Now what we need to do is simply say start this file. It starts and it is running on 3355. How do we know? We can go to localhost. It shows here 127.0.0.1. That's localhost. So you can put that IP address or localhost in your browser. 335, and that should show it to localhost 3355, and there we have it. Hello world. Nice. So just so you know, you can also open up your Postman, and here I have I already have this here. 3355, enter, and it will also give you the results. Or in Insomnia, I think, also does it. Visual Studio Code has a nice plugin, Thunder or something. Yeah. But in any way, we see that our API is running, and things look good here. So we need to go back to our HOWTO. In Postman, yes, we looked at it in Postman, and so we're finished with the first step. Hopefully that's working for all of you. If not, comment, and or just probably a better idea, ask your local AI bot. So set up git and push to a repository at GitHub. always a good idea when you're developing, so let's do it. That's why I called this 004, because I might have a 002 online. So I can just keep this running here. I can open up a new bash window and get init. If I just enter there, it's going to call my main branch master. I think main is the more standard word now, but actually this is more just a dev branch. So I always call branches that I work on that aren't in a project that's actually going online dev minus b for branch. And there we have it. As you see, we have over 3,000 files. Why is that? It's the same thing as in node modules. If you look in here, yeah, lib, it's basically node modules for Python. So we need to put in a git ignore file to ignore all this stuff. Am I in the... Yeah, I'm in the root file here. So create a new file, .git ignore, and we're going to ignore not env. I'm using venv. I understand that's more standard. PyCache you also don't need. That's just something that Python starts. So there we are. We're down to 3 files. Very nice. What's in PyCache actually? Okay. Some kind of an internal Python thing. We'll let it do its thing. You now have 4 files. Or actually 3 files, right? Why did I have 4 files? Because that was here. Interesting. Ours is in PyCache. Okay. So, yeah, I didn't comment that out for some reason. Huh, interesting. But we actually only have 3. We have our git ignore, we have our main, and serve sh, and these 2 are being ignored. So you should have 3. I don't know why I had 4 there. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and just use this nice GUI for git for time purposes here, and just say initial commit. Enter a tab, publish the branch, publish it public, and you need to be set up with your GitHub account in Visual Studio Code and Visual Studio Code. Yeah, but there we have it. We're online now. I think that's the easiest way to get something you're working on, some local project, online to GitHub. And now we can push anytime we have new updates, which is nice. If something happens to your computer, you do have it online, and you can work together with other people. Git and GitHub are wonderful things. So, we published it. You now have your project online, and we're done with step 2. Super. Create JSON data file and all Git routes to fetch data from it, since we are going to have the front end in this directory as well. Exactly. So we're going to first of all, I mean, the main thing that we're doing here is we're going to make this we're going to make a file called backend data skills JSON, and that's going to be all of these skills. That's just going to be a file locally. But the reason why we have to do a little more is because we want to put this all into a directory called backend, because we're also going to later put our Vite site in this directory and have it all in one directory. So it's more like an application. So let me just close everything here, and I will create backend. backend. And move everything in here. So gitignore stays in the root, but py, or the Python file, and our server file come into backend. I'm just going to drag them in there, and there they are. Very nice. So we're going to start the server again just to make sure that it still works. So let me close this and stop the server with Control-C and start the server. I can't do this anymore because it's not in the root, so I have to say go into backend and then start the server. So it starts it there, and of course it still works. If we go here, let's actually correct our hello world, and we'll see that it changes. Serve main py hello world instead of hello world. So it was hello world. I send the get request again, and it is hello world. Very nice. All right. Tested in Postman. We just did that. Create. Yeah. So now we want to create this JSON file. Do it any way you can. I think an easy way is to just go to the site, click on raw data, click in here, Control A it, Control C it, go back, and now I want to see if actually, I wonder if I can close all these. This is all superfluous. Yes. So close all those. Yes. Okay, so now we're just going to create this file called skills.json inside data, inside backend. And let's do it. So inside backend, I'm going to say I'm going to create a folder and a file. So this is a little Visual Studio Code trick. New file, not new folder, new file. I create the folder, data / skills JSON, bam, and it creates the folder and the file at the same time, which is just saved us a couple seconds. Now I'm just going to say Control V, bam, and I've got all of my data. So I go to the top and I see that everything is in there with IDs, which we will need because we're going to be deleting specific items, and we need the ID for that. I have another skills file there without IDs, so make sure you download the right one with the IDs or make up your own file with IDs. I usually do that in tutorials as well. When I watch tutorials, I try to change it a little bit. That makes you think a bit more instead of just copy and pasting everything. We want to have all our roots for skills in its own file, right? So now I'm going to make we created the JSON file, and now we're creating the get routes. Sorry, I called route a root. The routes to get the skills and a particular skill. First one. So the thing is, we could do this in main py, but I wanted to show how to make a router in main py so that if you have an application with a number of other data collections, let's say you have, I don't know, employees, flashcards, servers, or whatever, you might have a JSON file for each, and you would have then a router for each type of data. So let's do that. A bit more complex, but definitely real world. So yeah, we want to make this router first called skills py, and it's going to send all the skills back from this JSON file. Python is so concise, really. It sends back the whole content of the JSON file with these couple lines. Fantastic. And then in the main py file, we will simply include the router. So, yeah, FastAPI. Now you know why it's called fast, because it's quite easy to set up. So I just need to do the routers correctly. I'm in my backend, and I'm going to do new file again, even though I'm creating a directory and a file. So directory. So I need to say routers, right? Routers, and then the router that I am creating is skills.py. Very nice. So we're going to need to use JSON, so import JSON. We're going to need API router or FastAPI. So from API router, we need from FastAPI import API router. Yes. As you can see, I'm getting this auto completion, which is nice. It's a nice feeling. Visual Studio Code and the extensions in Python. So prefix is skills. So all of these routes, okay, this is the slash route, but of course it's not the slash route that we have here, but slash skills, and then, yeah, slash skills. This is the prefix, and slash then is this whole URL. That's what that means. So prefix for all of these routes is skills. So we now have a router. What did we have before? An app. App. Now we have a router. Get and the route in skills. Also async. Also a function. Get skills. 1 second. I just I'm always curious, you know. I don't know why is a function called def in Python? Just define. Okay, so it stands for define function. Isn't that interesting? Def is a pattern, straightforward, new function. Okay. You would think it would be called func. I guess Go used func. But it's def for define function. It could be define anything, actually, but that's just fine. We like Python. It's so simple. So here we have get skills with open, and then we are here data skills. Okay, it looks like we're going from the back end, from where main is. Okay, that is our starting point. Skills, JSON, exactly. R for read, makes sense, as file. All right. Yeah. So file is going to be created. It's not the objects yet, so we need to say the skills equal JSON load file. 1 sec. Okay, I wanted to know what exactly what kind of collection is this, and I have here my tech items, and what I'm looking up is the 4 kinds of collections in Python here, and they are collection types. Yeah, we have lists, tuples, sets, and dictionaries. What we just got, our skills variable, is a list, which is basically, if you're coming from JavaScript, it's just an array. Tuples are list arrays that are fixed length, Sets you also know from JavaScript, kind of advanced JavaScript sets, but same thing. And then dictionaries in Python are basically JavaScript objects. So a lot of crossover there. Always good to know what you're dealing with here, but this is basically just a array, and we want to return the array from the route, so we just say return skills, that's it. And it's going to be automatically a 200 code, and it'll just work. So now we have this skills router, and we need to connect it to our main app, because right now we just have this hello world. So at the top we need to import this directory, and we say from routers, which is referring to this directory, import skills. Voila. And then we need to I believe this is after here, is that right? Or here, up here would be better. App include router, nice auto completion there. Get skills dot, and we have router there. Why do we have router there? Because we have router here, and it's automatically exported, one could say. Very nice. So router, there it is, and well, I think we have it. And as you see the whole time, as we're typing, our, what's it called, Uvicorn server is constantly restarting because we told it to reload. Basically node-mon type stuff. Alright, I think we have our route now. Let's go to our trusted postman. And yeah, this is exactly it. We'll see if our original it works. Hello, message hello world, exactly. Let's do a little magic here. Duplicate selected tab. There we have a get slash skills, enter, and there are all of our skills with a 200 status. Very nice. So yeah, quite fast, hence FastAPI. So what do we want to do next? Now add the route to fetch a single skill. So that means if you want what we want to do, we can do it now. It'll fail, and then we can do it later and it will not fail. So duplicate selected tab. What we want to do is get skill number, let's say where are my skills? Here. Skill number, let's say it's a good one, TypeScript number 16. So let's get 16 right now. What does it say? Detail not found. Yeah, so this is basically FastAPI taking care of you, giving a nice 404, etc., because we don't have that route yet, which is what we are now going to do. Add to backend routers skills. Here we have from FastAPI import API router. We're also going to need HTTP exception, because we're going to have a try and accept. If it doesn't find the skill, then it's going to send a specific HTTP code. That's why we need HTTP exception. and status is an object that has all of the HTTP codes in it in a code completion dropdown, which is very nice. So let's go ahead and add those to what we import. And status. All right, and so there is our skills route, and now we're going to make our skills number route. So get slash, and then what comes after it is going into the variable ID. It's async again. It's a function, or let's define a function. Def in Python get skill instead of get skills. This is just the name of the function. Yeah. ID, and now this int here is interesting in Python. It doesn't do anything actually, unless you use I mean, it's basically TypeScript. It's type hinting, but it's not going to enforce anything like TypeScript does unless you use some library. I forget what it is, but that's worth looking into. But I think it's a good practice to use them, because when other developers, and you in the future, your future self is also another developer, let's say, when you look at that, you immediately see it's an int. Okay, ID is probably int, but a lot of times ID is string. It's good to know. So these hints are for humans for the most part, but there are libraries that also can. What I'm trying to say is there are libraries which you can run before you push your code to GitHub, and it will then do all the type checking like TypeScript does. So you pretty much get a TypeScript-like experience in Python if you put everything together. So I would use those if you're just starting out in Python. Why not? Typing is a good thing. So I'm actually getting ahead of myself, as we see. We need to with open our JSON file, skills JSON, read our as file, yes. So now indentation, of course, very important in Python, but it's why it's has such nice syntax, I would say. So this is a maddening syntax, I think. Skill equals next, skill for skill, and skills if skill. Okay, this is kind of like a find, a funky find in JavaScript. Yeah. Get used to it. But we have ChatGPT today. It writes all this code for you anyway. But you can understand this as a find higher order function in JavaScript. And there we will have our skill if it is actually found. If it's not found, then it will jump to the exception. And yeah, then we can just say, hey, it's not found. Yeah. So raise an error. The error we want to raise is HTTP exception. Status status code. Yeah, that's part of this HTTP exception equals status, and this is where we get all of our choices, which is nice because you always have to look this up anyway. So we want 404, not found, comma. Yeah, so these two parameters you have to send, status code and detail, and then detail is just going to be what you see as in the logs, what is sent to the front end, and we can say skill not found. You could also probably include the ID, like the ID that was not found, but it doesn't matter. Just if it's not found, then you get an error, a 404 error. So the front end can respond. Yeah, and that's it. Should work. So let's see if it does work. If we go to our Postman, this is what didn't work last time. We're going to send it again. And lo and behold, it does say skill not found. Okay. Why does it say skill not found? It did start again. Okay, let me look this up a bit. I'll be right back. Okay, it's probably this here. Yeah. Let's try it again. Send. Yeah, it gets TypeScript. Let's make one more test. Go to skills here. Find something else we know. MVC, also very important. 28. 28. And MVC, yeah. And we see if we type something that's not there, we get what we got before, skill not found. Very nice. So let's see on our how-to where we are, and we are finished with step 3. Congratulations. That is a commit worth. So I will say, what have we done? Built FastAPI skill router and send those on up. All right. Maybe just a little extra here before we go on. For those of you maybe newer, like to Git and stuff like that, the reason why I do commits every time I get something done like that is because you can use Git to go back in time to where let's say we want to go back to where before we added this router to test something or to see if a bug had entered at that point or something like that. What you can do is excuse me, yes, yeah, what you can do is say git log one line, and that will give you all of the commits that you've done. We've only done 2, the initial commit and build FastAPI skill router. This is also why I spend a little time and write a clear commit message, is so that I can see exactly, okay, what is actually finished here. So initial commit, that is actually not a very good name. I don't really know what that was, but I can go back there. So I just double click here, right click, that means I copied it, and now I say git checkout, yeah, checkout, and put that in it. So git checkout a specific hash. Now watch what happens to this file. It's not there anymore. Here we only have this route. So we're back to the point before we added our skills route. The folder is still there because I don't think it deletes folders, that kind of thing, but we didn't have the whole routers part there. And you can now run this. I mean, it still works. This doesn't work, of course, because it's not implemented. Or actually, okay, it did. Okay, so Python isn't working at the moment, but what you can do is like go back in time. Let's say we had some code here that we could copy. we copy it, and then you go back, git switch, to sorry, git switch minus. You go back to yeah, we had moved everything. Okay, that's great. But okay, we are back to where we were. This will now work again. Send. Of course, that doesn't work. But if we do 16 TypeScript, we see TypeScript again. So maybe not a very clear example, but what you want to remember is at any time you can do a git log --1 line, which shows you all of your commits, and then you can go to any hash back in time to see how your code was at that point. And okay, this is an API. When you have a front end, it's very nice because you switch back and then your site at that point just appears in your browser. It's very nice. So let's continue. Step number 4. In fact, let me go get some coffee and I'll start up again. So now it's time to build the front end. And yeah, I think just one note about this video, my video channel. I just started it again. First video since like 2010 that I did back then. But I'm trying to get a format. What I want to do is have it uncut, so I pause, but I don't edit it. So it's yeah, has to be organized. I do these how-tos beforehand, make sure everything works, and then just go through them. I think I like this format where I keep it on the screen, the how-to. Tell me, as you know, someone who's watching this, if you feel that that's a good way for you to learn, and any comments and things like that. I want to, yeah, keep this very relaxed. And I do this for myself, actually. Get into these new technologies. I haven't done a lot of Python in my career, so wanted to get into it and learn FastAPI and Django and all of the other libraries and that kind of stuff. So I'll be doing, you know, when I get things working, put them together in Fullstack applications. We'll do then a video on them. But as a developer, I think that's a very good skill to put things together and then explain it, because you have to go over it a number of times. And in the age of AI, we have to stay ahead of the curve somehow. And I think, you know, putting various technologies together, getting them to work, is kind of the skill that I think developers will be paid for in the future. Because just writing code to perform, you know, like writing functions and stuff, that's being completely passed on to AI right now. Yeah, so any feedback, please write in the comments. And if you have any ideas of cool technologies and stuff, send those as well. So we have our backend basically running. That's most of it. We're also going to later create a delete route, so we can delete a skill as well. Other than that, it's up and running, and now we're going to create the front end. So I have a template here. If you click on this link, you go to the repository, and it shows you basically how it looks. It's responsive. It uses Vite. I try to keep it up to date with this autofix command, npm autofix or something. It's React router 6.4 with the create browser router. which is a very nice syntax. We'll see that. I'll go over it a bit when we get the React site installed. It uses TypeScript, of course, easy-peasy Redux, which is the state manager, which I can recommend. I use Sass and Tailwind together. I find the combination very pragmatic. Tailwind whenever I can, and Sass if sometimes you have you have to use CSS, right? If you have dynamically generated HTML that has that you have to style, you're going to have to respond to scripts to styles in the HTML, and you would need those in Sass. So anyway, I find those to be a nice combination. ESLint and prettier, and it's responsive. And so you just set it like this. Now, if we were just doing a front-end React site, what we would do is go here and get this URL and then say git clone and be done with it. But we already have a directory. We already have a repository. We already have a backend. And so we need to add this project to our directory. So the way I'm going to do that is to download it and just copy the files over. So let's do that. I think I can just go in here, but I will actually end packet, go into it, and there we have it. That is our directory, our project. Let's go back here just in case I wrote something that is useful or important. Yeah, that we reviewed. Yeah, that's why we downloaded it. Download, yes, yeah. Again, in your file explorer, go to your project and paste them in. So, yeah, copy all of the directories. There's nothing that's going to be overwritten except the git ignore, I believe, right? The git ignore we're going to overwrite. I wrote something about that. Let me read that real quick here. Yeah, we overwrote the git ignore. So add the content from the old git ignore back to the new one. Yeah. What that is saying, that's just, I mean, this is just details, but we're going to copy all of the files into this directory, and one of the files is going to be overwritten, this git ignore. I mean, we could even do it this way. Look, I'm going to do Control V. So now I have a git ignore copy. So it's going to overwrite this, but I'm going to have the git ignore copy, and then I'll copy that back into the git ignore. So you can also do it that way. So let's do it. We're going to copy all of our files that we downloaded. This is the entire React site. We'll right-click, copiar, and then we're going to go to our site. And here we are, and I'm going to go right-click on here and reveal in, I like that, reveal here. So here we are, and now I'm going to right-click and I'm going to paste this thing, pegar. Do it, yes. Okay, do you want to overwrite one? And yeah, it's git ignore, exactly. Yes, I do. So overwrite it. All right. So now we can go back in here, and we have 3,000. So, question. A little quiz time. Why do we have 3,000 files to check in? That's a good question. Where are they? Where are they? 3,000. Why are there so many? This is still blocked. 1 second. Okay. I know the answer. Do you know the answer? The answer is, yeah, these are still grayed out, but if we look in our git ignore, they are not there. Because we overwrote the file. And that's why we made a git ignore copy. So let's copy these. Go to git ignore and add them. Voila. Now we have 29 files. Because now git ignore is allowing git to ignore what we were ignoring before. Yeah. And now we don't need git ignore copy anymore, so we will delete that. Delete that thing. Gone. Now we have 28 files. Super. Yeah, that's about the size of a Vite React site. Very nice. All right. We did it, I would say. So, yeah, 3K exactly. Why 30 files? Strange. Always different. Yeah. Yeah, so the end of step 4. So that is commit worthy. What did we do? We added a front-end React site. All right. Send it up to GitHub. And let's clear things up here again. All right. So now, step 5. Test that front-end and back-end can both run in the same directory. In the new VS Code, we're going to start the React site, and then yeah, the front end will run on this port, and the back end will run and the back end is already running. Exactly. So let's do that. The back end is already running. We can go to our back end terminal, and we see that this is reloading the whole time here. Right. So in this terminal, we will start our where are we? We are in root directory, and we say now we have to install the node modules first, of course. And this should be up to date, so we shouldn't have any vulnerabilities. I try to keep it up to date. Yes, 0 vulnerabilities. Very nice. And now we say npm run dev, and before you do that, it's always good to look at what you're doing, what you're running actually. So dev is going to do a Vite. It's going to it's going to start it on port 3663. I might have some other site running on 3663 because I use this template often. If so, it'll switch to 3664, and it'll open it in the browser, which is nice. So go ahead and do it. So we have localhost 3663 running. Yes. Very nice. It has the React router going on here, and we also have if I do okay, I'm in Firefox now, Control Shift M, I think. Yeah. Okay, so this is a slim or a narrow smartphone, and you see that it's more or less responsive here, which is nice to have that already built in. That's why I use this template quite a bit. And not only that, but let's kind of look at the site a bit. I said at the beginning you don't need to know that much Python, but I assume that you're familiar with React sites. Let's just kind of go through here real quick. as a general introduction to what we now have in our directory here. So where does everything start? Of course, yeah, the backend lives in backend. The front end lives in root directory. So the front end starts here, index HTML, loads, has this root element, loads main tx, which I can click on there. Main tx, here is our create browser, router, here are all of our pages. If you need new ones, you add them here, and then you have to also go into components and add them in nav. I have an array, so that's kind of easy. Yeah, and then if we start out here, if there's no path given, welcome info or about, then it goes to welcome. So we always go to welcome. Let's go there, and here we get a message from. Now this is something you're probably not familiar with. This is easy-peasy Redux. Easy-peasy is a wrapper for Redux, and it makes it yeah, easy, simple, I would say, but it's very unopinionated, so you have to kind of yeah, work into it, I think. But it's a very nice solution, I think. So the way it works, easy peasy, is you have a store, kind of like any other store, like Zustand. And here's where we start. You have these hooks. This is just boilerplate. They have to be here. It's all, what I really like about it is it completely works with TypeScript. With TypeScript, yeah. And so you have here a store model, and then here you have all of your other models. So main model, shopping cart model, store model, employee model. You can make as many models as you want, and they can communicate with each other. There are ways to do that. We only have one, so let's go into the main model here. And what do we have? Yeah. These are state variables. I call them state variables. You also have actions, and you have thunks, and you have computed values, I believe. And so here is this is the interface, TypeScript, and message is a string. And so this is an implementation of main model, and so we have to create the message, and so if we say here 222 and we go here, then it changes. Very nice. And so you can put any variable in here and then access it from any page. That's basically how we do it, and we'll be using this as well to get our skills, and then get the skills, show the skills on each page, on various pages. Yeah, and then there's Tailwind that we'll use. That's all built in here. Probably familiar with Tailwind, I assume, and yeah, that's the site. So let's keep going here. We have we are now on step 5, test the front end. We did that. We are now on step 6, enable the Fullstack website to start with one command. We are actually not going to do this, and I'll tell you why. Because I use something here in this HOWTO called concurrently, which works very well with Node and Express and backends. For instance, if you have I mean, it works well with a React site front end and Node Express backend. And so you can make it so that you can see it here, so that you can say npm run dev and it concurrently starts the backend and the front end. It doesn't wait for the backend to finish and then start the front end. It concurrently runs them, so that they can both update, and it's a very nice experience. Unfortunately, FastAPI has a problem with when it will start this way, but when it restarts, when it reloads, then it has an error. So I would say, unless you want to install it the way I describe here and try to fix it so that you can start it with npm run dev, your application. Let's just start our site with 2 commands. And so yeah, what that means is that when you start this application, yeah, let me do it once here. Let's close everything. I'm stopping the front end, exiting the terminal, thank you very much, and I'm stopping the back end. Sometimes it doesn't stop. Yeah, this is something with Python. Sometimes it doesn't stop, or not with Python so much, but this server, this whatever it's called. Yeah, so I'm going to just kill it here. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so we have the environment still going on here. I think when we start the script it's going to go into another environment, but let's just see if it works. So when you start your application, let's say you make this application, you have your React frontend and your FastAPI backend, and you want to start it. What you do, first terminal, npm run, and then we're going to have here our backend. Yeah, and I'm going to have to build this in here. Yeah, the thing is that this concurrently didn't work, and I want to leave these instructions in here in case I ever get it to work again. But what we want to do is this right here. Backend bash start. Let me look at this 1 sec. Okay, now I got it. So what you want to do is you want to eventually have what we have here in your package JSON. You want to have, okay, we're not going to have npm run dev. We're just going to have front end and back end. And you start front end in one terminal, or start back end in one terminal. It makes sense to start the back end first, and then start the front end in another terminal, and that's how you start your application. I'm sure you can find a way to start these with one script, but it's not that difficult to start 2 scripts. And it's more explicit what you're doing. So, but to do this, we need to make a bash script in our root, which then starts our backend. So we need to make this file, start backend sh. So let's do that. What do we have changed here? Main model. Oh yeah, I added that. Added state comments. Let's check that in. Added state comments. Okay. So here we're going to, what's it going to be called? Start backend sh. So in the root directory, start backend sh. Bam. And we're going to then, yeah, you have to activate the the virtual directory. The thing is, it's already activated. And I think because we killed it, we can't deactivate it. But we can try deactivate. I think it's isn't it? One sec, let me look this up. Yes, so the thing is, deactivate is the way you deactivate it if we were actually still in the Python virtual directory. But the thing is, because we had to kill this process, we are kind of in a shadow Python directory. So we are going to make this script. It's going to activate the virtual Python directory, and I think we're going to have two, them. It's okay. This will allow you to start your application. So let's just continue on with this. We're going to create the script. Source. Ours is called venv, not env. Scripts and activate. Then go in there to your backend and start it. Serve, not server, but serve sh. All right. So now we should be able to start and stop it. Should we go? Sorry. Plus we are in our root. So here we have our start backend script slash dot slash and start. Should actually start backend sh should actually do that. So enter start backend hello backend. So and it starts it 335. Let's test it. 335 16. Let's do the next one. Not TypeScript, but Jest. Okay, it works. So it is running. Just to prove that it's running, I'm going to stop it. Excellent. And then run this again. This should get an error. Yes. Right. So we see that it starts. So when I start it up again, let's see what we get here. Yeah. Okay. It looks fine actually. It's still just one them. So that works just fine. And that's how we start the backend. And now we are going to put in this command. This command here into an npm script. So let's go there. Dev is going to become front end. And then we're going to have a backend script. So this is front end. That starts our front end. And let me just copy this backend. So there we have bash. That's how you start a bash command, by the way. Start backend. I don't know why that didn't actually before do autocomplete with start backend, but it does exist in the root, so that's how we start the backend, and that's how we start the front end. So now we're ready. So let's say we have our application finished and we want to start it. We open it up, we open up our terminal, and we say npm run backend. Bam! Our backend is running. We can test that by pressing send again, and it'll now work. Just super. And now we want to start our front end. So new terminal. npm run front end. Voila, and there's the front end running. There we are. Super. Backend is still running. 18. What's the next one after jest? Git. Also important. Alright, so now we see that we have our front end and our back end running, and that is, I think, the best way to do it, to my knowledge. I'm sure there's a way that you can find to start these in one script if you needed to, but I think applications like this, they're always running anyway, so you start them at some point, and then they're just applications that you use. You edit the JSON, and I think these are really useful kinds of applications for little dashboards and stuff like that. Plus you can practice various technologies like FastAPI or whatever. So let's commit that as front-end, back-end scripts working. Yes. Jawohl. All right. And that brings us to step. Yeah, so here, as I mentioned, you can go ahead and skip this concurrency here, unless you want to find a way to actually make it work. All right, so now in the front end, do a simple test to fetch and display data from the back end and resolve any CORS error. Yeah, that's something we have to resolve. We'll see that, what CORS is, but I'm sure you know what CORS is if you've been around any time in full stack development. We ultimately want to use easy-peasy Redux, that's true. However, let's do this one step at a time. Great idea. We will first do a simple fetch to get all skills from the back end and display them directly on the page. Let me take a little time here and one sec. Sorry, I just need to record this because I want to fix fix them later, all these mistakes. So, but this should actually be display them directly on the page. This will test if our front end and back end can communicate at all. That would be a great thing because they need to communicate. I'll use Axios instead of fetch. I like the simpler syntax. Okay, so let's install Axios. If you haven't ever installed Axios, it's just like fetch. It enables you to get data from APIs external to your website. And our backend is external to our website, to our front end. Install it like that. And you should see it pop up here in your package.json. Voila. All right. So now on the welcome page, we're just going to do a use effect, right? So when the page opens, this is going to run because we have this empty array here. It's going to run when the page loads. This is called an iffy. If you don't know what that is, just type in iffy, or better yet, ask ChatGPT, what is an iffy? That's something that we used to use back in like 2004 to do, to basically make the beginning of JavaScript frameworks. But that's another story. But what it does for us is it allows us to run async, to call async functions. To call async functions. So just know that that's what that is. Iffy is a thing. Where's my... There we go, sorry. Right, so that's what we need to do, and we should get the skills. Let's do that. So this is going to be page welcome. Let me pull this up. Page welcome. That's Control P that I'm doing, very useful. So yeah, not here, but inside our function, after the definition here, we have use effect, and I'm going to go down here and tab so that it automatically imports it on line 1, and then we're going to add it and go ahead and do this here when the page loads. Alright, then we do an IFI. This, by the way, is a Visual Studio. I just did tab. It's a Visual Studio snippet. You can find them here. You can make your own snippets. There. Configure snippets. There's a good video by Kyle. Google it. That shows you how to make snippets. Don't I have a global one, or is this it here? Yeah, here. And so here's my IFI. When I type IFI and tab, then it pops that in. Very useful. If you have, you can make you know, very specific code macros. Anyway, so now we have our use effect. Excuse me. Our IFI, and inside that we can do our async calling. So standard syntax here, await the Axios. Oh, we didn't install that, but I do a tab here and it does it on line 3. Thank you very much. So I'm going to use the get and then the localhost 3355 skills. So this is going to get all of our skills. I'll not include semicolons. I think when I save, they don't pop in. Yes, super. Const skills equals response data. Okay. That gets our skills. This is one advantage of Axios. You don't have to then do one more line that says to get the data from JSON, await the data from JSON function or method. You just have it in skills. Perfect. And now let's I always put some number here just so I can identify it in the console log. So there we go. Of course await has to be spelled correctly, and we're ready to go. What's this going to do? When I load the page, we're not going to see anything on the screen, but in the console log we'll see that all of the skills will have been loaded. So let's go ahead and test that. So these are both the same site, so redundant. Here's our console log, and we just saw what's going to happen, and that is this quellübergreifende cross-origin Anfrage blockiert, which means that this is a CORS error. This means that the browser is not allowing us to access data from a URL that has a different port in order to keep the browser user safe. So we have to fix this CORS problem, and that means we need to tell the backend that that this website 3663 can access the data, or any URL can access the data. So that's what we're going to do. CORS is a headache in any full stack application. You have to deal with it, and how you deal with it in Python FastAPI is here in main PI, FastAPI middleware, CORS import, CORS middleware. The origin that we expect is 3664. That's the front end of Note. Okay, in our case 3663. And here we say we tell the front end that it's allowed to access our data. So let's just do that. This cores stuff is a lot of boilerplate anyway, so let's just go to main API and put this in. I'm just going to copy this because, as I say, it's boilerplate. So this is just the courseware, and then we need this is the app, so it has to come after here. Let's just put this together, I would say. After the app, someplace, yeah, put it before the router, that makes sense, and put it together here. And let's just here call it cores. This isn't the way to, how do you do, yeah, pound is comment in Python, and there we have it. So the server is always restarting whenever we make a change. It seems to be okay, so it should work. Now let's see if it works. Here, restart, and now it still doesn't work. So let me look at it one sec. Okay, so the reason is kind of obvious. Do you see it? The reason is we are allowing front-end URL 3664, yet our front-end is 3663, so it doesn't work. We need to allow 3663, and once we do that, our backend restarts. We now close this, we reload the page, and now what happens? We have no cores problem. All we have is our 251 objects in an array that comes from the backend. So that's super. All right, and that is a commit worth fixed cores issue. Voila. All right. There we have it. So let's go back to here. Note if you want to allow front ends. Yeah, if you want to allow all, here's how to do it. That's probably a better way. Let's do that actually. Just because, yes, especially this is a local app. You don't need to be protecting yourself from yourself. So let's replace this here. Allow origin star. Yeah. So that goes out, this comes in, and then we don't use origins anymore, so we don't need that, and it's all much more simple anyway. Let's give it a test if it still works. So reload, and it works. And that's also good because if there's another website that has started on port 3663 and we start this site, it will note that and jump to port 3664 and then be 3664, which if we had our earlier solution would then not work with the backend because it's only allowing 3663. So if you just allow all of any front end can access your data. So let's commit that as well. Allows all routes for cores, and yeah, now we have a front end and a back end talking to each other, which is yeah, the beginning of full stack here. Yeah, this is we already did this. This is how we start both of them. Now that you have solved the cores issue, let's display our data on the page. Yeah, let's do that. So what is new here is we already have our we're already loading our data. We just have a state variable, and we set our state variable, the content of our state variable here, and then we display it. Okay, we're just going to say how many there are. I think there's 251. So when we see 251, then we know we have done this correctly. So let's close others here. And probably the first thing would be to create our state variable. This is what I mean by you should have some knowledge of React to understand like what these state variables are and stuff like that. But yeah, if you don't, if some of this isn't clear, just look it up or ask in the comments. Old style. Maybe I'll see it and respond. So skills and set skills, we have those. Super. So now we don't just want to output this. We don't want to output it to the console log at all, but we want to set this. So I want to get the skills first, and then I want to set them explicitly in the state variable. That's why, since this state variable is already called skills, I don't want to call my local variable skills, so the way I do that is with an underscore, which means it's the same variable, but it's not a state variable. Kind of a React thing. But I like doing this because it's then very explicit. I've got the skills, and now the underscore skills, and now I'm going to put the underscore skills in my state variable skills. So now, for a couple seconds, when the page loads, the skills aren't there. UseEffect runs, puts the skills in the skills state variable, which in turn will reload or refresh our JSX here. And we will see then in our title that we have here skills. Okay, can anybody tell me why we're getting errors here? Because we don't have, because in React, between return, you cannot have multiple elements. They have to be wrapped in one. The best way then to do that is with a fragment like that. So now we have a better programming experience here. Dot skills, we know what that is, right? Or do we? That's kind of messy. But okay, we're going to implement Java TypeScript, but just of note, your site doesn't know what this is. It doesn't know what's coming in, and that's a problem. And we're going to solve that with TypeScript and with Zod. But for now, just note that that's why you know, or it actually does know that it's an array. Okay, so at least it knows that. So that means it knows that we can get the length. Super. Anyway, and we have that many skills. So that should actually work. It should say that we have 251 skills, and it says we have 251 skills. Super. Wonderful. What is this? It's always good if you have errors in your console log to look at them, but that was old, so we don't have any. And there we have 251 skills. That's not very styled, so if you're new to Tailwind, it's such a nice thing. So Tailwind, I need to style this thing. This is H2. In Tailwind you have this reset, so H2 has no style. That's disconcerting for a lot of people, but it makes sense. So you always have to style everything yourself in Tailwind, but that's actually an advantage. So let's style it. Let's make it bigger. So text is like 2XL, maybe 2 times the size. We need a little top margin. Margin top is maybe, that's from 1 to 6. Yeah. There we go. Yeah, so we have 251 skills. Now watch, when I load this, it'll say for a split second 0 skills. It should. Yeah. and then it loads them. So you see that it's loading this asynchronously. Okay, that's a commit worth. Displaying number of skills. So we see that it shows 250 skills. Okay, and then we want to actually display all of the skills, and we can do that with a map in classic React format. So let's do that. This will be a UL, and inside there we'll have an LI, but we want to put every skill in an LI, so we're going to have to do the map here. Skills dot map. Then we have in each iteration a skill, and then what are we going to do with that skill? We're going to return a little bit of JSX, and that's going to be here LI. We don't have to get the index for the key. The key, if you don't know, is for some internal consistency in React. Yeah. This is not TypeScript yet, but we know we have an ID. So, in fact, let's just skip that for now. And let's just say skill name. Yeah, but name's not going to be there either. That's just the thing. So now we see the problems of not having TypeScript, not using TypeScript, not using a type here. But we'll fix that. This should, though, work in JavaScript. We wouldn't be able to publish this, for instance, to Vercel yet because there's TypeScript errors, which is a nice feature of TypeScript, but it should work. Let's look at it here locally. Well, there it is. All of the skills are being shown. Super. And just so you know, we have Fullstack here, so if we go into the data and change anything, I think, but I don't know, that the backend will restart. Let's look. So this is our backend. It's waiting. I don't know if it watches the JSON file though. No, it doesn't. Or did it? It doesn't matter. When I type that and then I reload here, you'll see that it gets the new data. You know, so this is quite nice. Now you have a data source if you're familiar with JSON, which everybody should be familiar with JSON, and it's easy to edit. You basically have a data source now that you can change quickly and have it change on an interactive application, which is very nice. Alright, so you should now see all the skills being displayed. That's true. Let's go ahead and save that just because it works. Always good to have a little art. All skills being shown. So let me reiterate my point earlier and show you that we can see now what we've done so far by saying git log one line, and here we could go back to any of these and see what our code was at any of these points, which is very nice, which is why we're typing in nice commit messages. So note our skills are not yet typed for TypeScript here. It doesn't know what these are. It's of type, it's not of type skill, but of type never. Here. Type never. Which means it will never know what it is. Yes. We didn't have the skill ID in here. Yeah, and what this is here, just so you know, the reason why we have this key here is we're probably getting an error or a warning. Yes. Each child in a list should have a unique key, and that's why we have that. This is a React thing, if you don't know about it. Put the key in here, and then you give it some unique value. These IDs are unique, and so when we reload, we have no warning. So that's why we have that there. All right. Super. So we're going to fix this TypeScript issue here by adding a TypeScript type. And typically you put that in a file called types in source. So types ts, and this is where all the types live, and of course we have to export them so that we can use them in other files. And why what I am typing here is like that is evident when I show this file here, split to the right. Yeah, so as we type, what we're basically doing is we're describing this data. So we have a parameter or a property ID code. It is a string. We have a name. It is a string. We have a URL. It is a string. We have a description. It is a string. And we have an ID. It is a number. It's on the bottom here, but I would say it belongs at the top. IDs usually belong at the top because they identify the item. It doesn't matter. It's just for us when we look at it. So page welcome. Yeah. So now we need to define our skills as type skill. Let's do that. The easiest way is to just say here. I mean, the problem is this, that skills are never defined. So they're very sloppy. That's why TypeScript is saying, hey, I don't know what this is. So you're using ID, but okay. I hope that it's there, you know, kind of thing. So this just is, what TypeScript does is it allows you to be explicit and say, this is what I think this data looks like. It looks like a skill. So Visual Studio Code is smart enough to see that we have defined and exported a type from types, and so I can just go down here and do a tab, and here you see what it is, which is nice. So I type tab and bam, there we go. But skills is not of type skill, but of type an array of skills. Hello. An array of hello. Also, yeah. An array of skills. Now, what is skills? It is an array of skill objects. That's why ID, I mean, it knows now what that is. It knows ID is a number. It knows that name, right? And what's good about that TypeScript, in terms of TypeScript, is if we just type here title, because we think it's title, it'll tell us it's not title. You said that skills have these properties, and this property is main. You know, Visual Studio Code works with this actually. If you say like name, something like that, I believe that when you say quick fix, no, sometimes it does that. It'll say, did you mean name? Let's see if it does this. Yeah, here, change spelling to name, because it's close enough. You know, so it just recognizes that you made a spelling mistake. So that's all very nice. And now we would be able to push this to Vercel because there are no TypeScript errors. So TypeScript is helping us if we were pushing this live to make sure that, yeah, at least what we say we think the data is going to be like, that's how we use it. But this is coming from an API, so the data doesn't have to be like that. That's why we're later going to use Zod. But that's a different Baustelle, a different problem to solve. But we'll do that. So no more TypeScript errors, yes, and yeah, we're done with section 7, which is worth a commit. What did we do? We added type skill. Super. I'm gonna go get a coffee, and so I'll be right back. We want to now not load our skills from the welcome page, and why not? Because yeah, in general, you have an application, you're loading data, and you are going to want to use this data on various pages, and so it should be centrally loaded in some way. That's why we have things like Redux, we have things like use context, HOWTO, I think it's called, HOWTO, Zustand, HOWTO, yeah, Zustand. These solutions which centrally manage your data in your state data in a React app, and that's what we want to do. I'm going to be using easy-peasy. If you go to the page here, you see that it is let's say yeah, it's just kind of a project that I don't know who, a couple programmers put together, core team, 3 people. Yeah, and they even say on it, you know, look, you're adding this to your application. Note that it's not really, you know, sponsored by a company or something like that. So use it at your own risk, but it is, from my experience, very solid and allows you to use thunks that are used in React, so that you separate your state, your static state, from your asynchronous state, so that you can have what's called a pure function as your reducer, which enables you to test your state very well, while also being able to have what they call side effects, that is, getting data from outside the site or changing data, that kind of thing. It's basically it's a wrapper for Redux. Here it's an abstraction of Redux, and it gives you a better developer experience. So I recommend it in, yeah, most projects. So how are we going to do this? The issue is that we already have it installed. If you were to install it in a application, a React application that does not have easy-peasy, you would have to create this store directory, this store file, create store, that kind of thing. You need this hooks, boilerplate, yeah, and I believe, yeah, you also have in main, you have the store provider, exactly, which wraps your router provider. Yes. So, and you see that the store comes from store. Yeah. So it's quite easy to install once you know how to do it. It is already installed in this application. What we're going to do now is change the fact that we load our skills on our what you would call the view page. The data shouldn't be loaded in the view in general. It should be loaded centrally and used from the view. So let's do that. To get us going, we're not going to we're going to use mock data just to take the step of implementing our skills or getting our skills from easy-peasy, and after that we will then from easy-peasy get our skills asynchronously from the backend. So let's do it step by step. So the first thing we have to do is create a skill model in our easy-peasy store. So let's do that. We have here our store. We have here our models. Currently we have a main model. We are going to create a skill model. This could be similar to in our backend. Remember, we have routers, a router for skills. Here we have a model for skills. So we already have the models directory. We will create a file in the models directory called skill model, and you always have to think, okay, should you use singular or plural? Skill or skills, skills model, skill model, what did we call it here? Routers, we called it skills, yeah. It doesn't matter in the end, really, but good to keep things consistent. So, how should we start this? So, basically, yeah, you need, I mean, just like the main model here, you have a model, and then you implement the model. The model is an interface, a TypeScript interface, and then you implement that model. So that's what we're doing in skill model as well. Let's do that part first. So export, of course, because we need to use this in pages. It's a const, yeah. It's called skill, sorry. We're going to do the interface first, define what the shape of our data, of our model, skill model. And this is the state section. And the state that we have is skills. So this is basically our new use state variable. This is basically this here. And it's of type skill, an array of skills, just like this is. We need to import this, no problem. Visual Studio Code makes that very easy. So the reason why I put state here is because later we're going to have, I mean, basically you have actions, and you have here thunks, and then you also have computed values. I mean, those are the four main kinds of items you have in a model. I'll just leave those there because so we can fill them in, or it gives you an idea of what's to come. Yeah, then we need to implement this interface. So export a const of, let's call it skill model, and it is of type skill model. No surprise there. So why the error, this TypeScript error? Because we defined in the interface that a skill model has skills, and this doesn't have any skills. It's not a very good error message, but that's the okay. So I also put here in the actual model these sections as well. So skill, and then we can go to our JSON file and just get some mock skills for now. Let me just grab some. Let me get 3 or so. Yes. Copy. And we'll just put them in here. Like that. Of course, what's the problem? Oh, okay. Yeah, the error here was that we don't have a comma here. That's right. Is that right or not? No, that's not right. Parsing error, comma expected. Okay, let me look at this. One sec. Okay, do you see the error? It's oversight here. This is a variable, so it needs to be defined by an equal sign. So there we have it. Now I can do Control S, and yes, we have now. Gosh, it converted this. That was nice. It converted the JSON format to JavaScript. That's nice. Huh. Okay, Visual Studio Code is your friend. So now we have 3 skills coming out of here. So now, just like we get our message in page welcome here from use type store state, we can also get our skills. So, but before we do that, we have another step, don't we? Here, add the skill to the store because we're accessing the main model here, and we need to go to the store here and add skill model. So let's add it. The store model, so these are models in models basically. Skill model is of type skill model. Okay. And it found that here in our model skill model. And then, yeah, just like we defined the store, the model in skill model, we have to define the model here, and this is skill model, so it's going to get this one as well. So enter, and yeah, it doesn't do it automatically for some reason, but we know that it's in skill model. This, I mean, basically we need to get this, and we need to get this. So we need to import not only the interface but the actual variable skill model. Oh, there it is. Okay. Yeah. There we go. So now we can go to our page where we need to use skills. So we don't need this anymore. Let's delete that. And message comes from main model, so we can't get skill from here. So we're going to have to make a new line equals use typed. So then here we can get the 2 things you basically need are state and actions. We need state at the moment. So actions are actions and thunks. State is state and computed values. So state, and then state dot, and there we have our 2 models. Skill model. Okay, so now when we go back here and we start typing, we want skills. There they are. We want our skills from skill model. So there we actually have them. Yeah. One sec. So we don't need this at all because we're already loading our skills, or they're actually mock skills now, so we're loading them. But we will be loading them from our backend in the next step. So I'm going to delete that. Yeah, here we see we don't need useEffect useState anymore. We don't need Axios anymore. Here we'll need Axios later in our store, or in our skill model actually. And skills are already defined here. So that all goes away. Our view is our page, our view. I say view in terms of like MVC, model view controller. This is our where the data is displayed. Our view is much simpler now. We simply get the data we need, and it should be working. So now we should have 3, I think. Right? Our skill model has 3: Bootstrap, style components, and storybook, and they're there. So if we add one, so let's add one. I don't know, maybe TypeScript. Skill model. Add, save, it converts it, and lo and behold, it updates. So now you see that we have a central place where data comes in. That's the store. In page welcome, we simply get the data from the store. Everything's nice and typed. I mean, this, even though we don't import the type skill on this page, it still knows that that's a skill. So if we call this a nom, it'll say wait, that's not going to work, and indeed it doesn't work. And then we can say here quick fix, and it says change spelling to name, yeah, and then it works. Very nice. Yeah, so there we have it. Right, so the next step, as promised, we will replace this mock data of 4 objects with the real data. So just a little look ahead, we're going to have to use a thunk, because thunks can be asynchronous, and they use actions to set skills, to set the actual data, and this keeps yeah, async and sync separate in your store, which is nice. So we will do that in the next step. I'm going to go get something to eat. See you later. We're now going to replace this mock data that we're getting from the store with real data that we get from the backend. So just to review, here we are in page welcome. We are getting skills from our skill model. I think we can click on that. Yeah, click on that. And it's just returning this static array. So what we want to be able to do is here in the skill model, instead of have skills be in state, yeah, we need to have a number of things done, but we need to load them in a thunk and then set them with an action, and then they will be set by the action, and the skills will then be the skills that have come from the backend. And we have to then, when the site starts up, we have to load all of this data. So that's what we're going to do in this step. Where to begin? That's the question. So let's begin in the skill model. Basically what we need to do is make this thunk. And a thunk is something that enables you to perform a side effect of your the state that you have in your store. That means getting it from outside in our case. Let's do that. So let's go to store here and we'll go to our skill model. So yeah, we don't need all of this, so with the magic of Vim I'm going to just delete inner that, and then so that is going to be our initial state. And now we need a thunk, which is going to load our skills from the backend, not unlike what we had in the use effect in our page welcome page before, with using Axios, etc. So we'll see similarities here. So thunks, that's what we're going to implement. First we have to define the thunk here, because you always define what you're going to have in your actual skill model in your interface first. So thunks are load skills thunk. Now I call my thunks thunk. You could just call them load skills, but then it's not always clear that they're thunks. I'm not really decided on this. For now I'm calling thunks explicitly. You could decide that on your own what's best. But explicit is probably better in most cases. So I use thunk here. I can add it from easy-peasy, and so it's just added from easy-peasy. It is a thunk. This thing is now a thunk. All right, and this refers to the model itself. All right, so now we need to implement this load skills thunk. So let's do it. Load skills thunk. And it is a thunk lowercase. I'm going to tab that. It's probably going to load it from easy-peasy, right? So tab, and there it is loaded. So actions, open it up. So the only thing we need here is actions. We'll see that we can get other objects like what is it, store something, to get access to other models. So we need our iffy again, just like in the use effect. In fact, we could have perhaps copied that code here and changed it, but let's recreate it here since we deleted it before. Although what we also could do, right, we could use git log one line, go back in time, get that code again, and come back. That would be an example of using git to go get code you once had. So we're going to have here a classic JavaScript try catch block. Catch let me put here any for now. Any should be avoided. And we will avoid it. So let's do the catch now. If something goes wrong, what we're going to do is say console log, and it was an error. What kind of error? A message, exactly. Okay. And if so now what we are going to go get the data. This is the same thing that we had before. Await Axios, we don't have it yet, but if I tab, it'll load it. Thank you very much, Visual Studio Code. And then we need to load the backend, which is okay, this should probably be in a config file somewhere, but we could take care of that later. So response isn't used yet. Now we're going to use it. FastAPI will send back a response of 200 if everything went right. So we can check that here. Here. So 200. If it is 200, then I use my underscored skills again. Skills are going to be of type skill array. I think I need to load that. Is that right? No, it's already loaded. Response data is where the data comes from. Okay. Okay, now in my TS file, the semicolons are being inserted. Okay, it doesn't matter. Okay. Right, and now what do we need to do here? We have our skills in a local variable inside our thunk, and we need to save them to basically the state variable like we did before. But we don't have a set function yet, so we have to make one. So let's do that right now. In actions, we say set skills. This is the same name that we had before as a state variable. And this is going to be an action in easy-peasy land here. I'm going to do a tab here so that it loads it up at top. Did it load it? Yes, right there. It's loading everything from easy-peasy that we need. And now, this action needs this, which is the model itself. And what's going to be sent into it? An array of skills. So when I save, the semicolon pops in. That's nice. All right, now we can implement it here. So actions and set skills. Yeah. Lowercase action, which will have to be loaded. Let's watch. Tab. There it is. We said that this expects the model and an array of skills. So we want to get the state from our model. You can say state here, and then these are the skills. Okay. However, these are parameters, just like that. Okay, now let's open this up. And now we can use our state. So state dot, there we have access to everything that is in our state. And the only thing we have here is skills. So we're going to get that. And skills equals, and then basically skills. But now we have the issue of that you have to save a copy of the array that is being sent in. The easiest way to do that is with a JavaScript function from, I think, 2021 was added to JavaScript called structured clone, which performs a deep clone on skills. You can do this all kinds of ways, by spreading out skills and that kind of thing, but my experience is that sometimes spreading out skills, depends how you do it, doesn't go deep enough. And with structured clone, it's always a complete copy of skills, which gets added to skills. So that it triggers the read load that you need. Now this is an object, so of course we need a comma here, which solves all these problems, I think. No, it doesn't solve them. Okay. That's because we need another parentheses there. All right. Looking good, looking good. So now we can use our action, right? Let's see. Const skills. Okay, we have skills exactly. So now we can use our actions. So actions function like state. When we type state, we got all the state. Now when we type actions, we get all the actions. And thunks register as actions. So we have here load skills thunk and set skills. So let's do a set skills right there. And what are we going to send in? Our skills. There we have it. Okay, now we want to resolve this any. This is sloppy to have any. The reason why you don't want any is what was his name? North. A very good TypeScript teacher at Front-End Masters said that the problem with any is that in TypeScript is that it causes a problem with anything it touches. I mean, anything it touches can also be any. You know, so you need to stamp out all any's if you can. And I don't recall exactly how to do it, so I'm going to look that up now, and I'll be right back. Okay, so ChatGPT, being smarter than I am, has a nice solution here. And this is how you would want to handle these any's, especially in catch. You say that they are unknown, first of all. Just unknown. You don't, which is true. You don't know what they are. All right, so E is unknown, simply. But then you can say if E is an instance of error, well then, and only then, can you treat it like an error. So console log, or basically we just want that here. Because if it is an instance of an error, then it will have and here it is also an error. It will have a message. And here we see even Visual Studio Code treats it as an error. So you can see what an error looks like. This is very safe code because it will only be in here if it's an error. Then, if it's not an error, if something else went wrong, or you know, who knows what can go wrong, that's why we're in a catch, is you just say an unknown error has occurred. Yeah, and then whatever it is, you print it out. Yeah, and so you don't have any any's, which is good. Keeps your code safer. All right, and when you have an any error like that, you wouldn't be able to push it to Vercel. It wouldn't be published. So that is good. We have a load skills thunk. But what are we going to do with this load skills thunk? I mean, it's not being called anywhere, right? So it needs to be called. Now, the way we I mean, what we're going to do here is, if we go down, what we want to do is in the app TSX, we want to add a use effect which calls initialize for the whole app, which initializes all of the data that the app is going to load at one time. This initialize is in the main model, and the main model has an initialize thunk, yes. It gets store all the store actions. And that means it gets access to the skill model. And then you have access to load skills. So what you would do here, if you had a number of models, skills model, employees model, shopping cart model, that kind of thing, is you would load all the data for each of these models here when the app starts. That's the pattern. So that's what we need to do. Let's go there to store. Actually not to store, but to main model. Sorry about that. Main model. Let's actually go there. Main model, I think we... Yeah. So here we are, main model. We have state, message string, yeah. Then we need to define our thunk. So let's call this the thunks section. We need a thunk called initialize, and it's going to be of type thunk. I did a tab there, so line 1 it added thunk from easy-peasy. And this is going to be a little bit more intensive than our other thunk that we had. We just had this. Here we need access to the other models, so we say this, and then that's one thing that doesn't work. You have to back. These are other parameters that we don't need at the time, so just void them here. But we do need store model, which will give us access to the other models. I'm going to do a tab here, and as we see on line 2, it popped that in. Perfect. All right, now we have defined the type of initialize. Now we need to implement it. So this is also in a thunks section. Initialize. This is of type thunk lowercase. Bam. It also was imported on line 1. All right, and now the parameters are, this is the best way that I found to do this. We don't need that parameter, we don't need that parameter, so I do an underscore and then a double underscore. If anyone has any better way of doing that, then please let me know. Here we have access to a number of models. One is the get store actions model. You can look at the documentation for this. For more information. Get store actions model, exactly. And then we're going to open this up. Here, bam, just like that. So this should just be red because it's not being used. Yes, that looks good. And now we use this get store action, not stored actions, but get store actions. Okay, why did it change that? Hello. Yeah, that is now a, we have to call it and then dot, and then there we have access to our other models. We want to go to the skill model, and then we want to dot, and then we have access to, from the main model, all of the actions in the skill model. So we just say, okay, load skills thunk right there. And here's where I think it's better to call your thunks and your actions without that, because here I see which are thunks and which are not. Isn't that? Although you could also see it here, you see that this is a thunk creator, okay? But I think that's clear. So, yeah, right, just like that. All right, so now we have, in the main model, we have an initialize that is loading all of the data from all of the other models, which is good. We just need to call it, and as I said before, we will call this in the app file when the app loads, it is executed. So let's just go there. Here we are. Yeah, we need to. Oops. We need to. I think here, if you typed. No, use typed, yeah, use type, and then you get here actions or state, basically. So this is an action or a thunk, but thunks are actions. Here's the actions object, and we're going to use it, so actions dot, and there we go. So we know that the initialize is in the main model, dot, and there it is, initialize. I'm going to leave that there and define it here, initialize. The reason why I do that is if there are later other functions, I can just load them in there as well instead of doing another line. So now that we have the initialize thunk to call, okay, now I'm just thinking. Should we call this initialize thunk? Okay, I'm not going to call it an initialize thunk because it's a special. You could call it an initialize thunk. That's what I mean with easy peasy. It's not very opinionated. It's like Express, where you have to kind of get your own patterns and your own conventions. In any case, it's the code that counts, so we need, in any effect, a use effect. And the standard syntax here, when the page loads. And what do we do? Call initialize thunk. Yeah. Alrighty. And theoretically that will work, and theoretically that means that on our info site, on the page welcome page, all of the data is being loaded. Is that not correct? Because everything is in place. Initialize. So this is something we could correct here with a quick fix. Disable React hook exhaust in the entire file. Yeah, don't worry about that. So we go to initial. Yeah, we go to initialize. Why can't I go there? That's always difficult. Oh, there we go. Okay. Now we're in the main model. Initialize goes to the skills. Thank you very much. Skills model. That's not it. Skills model. And loads everything. Gets it into skills. I mean, from the backend. Gets it into skills. Saves it with set skills into skills. And so it's in skills. Just like the mock objects were last time. So that should work. Let's see. Voila. To test if we are actually reading the data, let's also see here skills, JSON, BAM, and again we'll go to Angular and call it Angular 222 and see if it says Angular 222. So this is the back end, exactly. So we need to reload, of course. And it loads again, and we get Angular 222, right? So we see that it is indeed loading from the back end. All right. And what have we gained here? We've gained the fact that now our view is very sleek and simple. You simply get data that you want. It's all being loaded asynchronously in React style. When it is eventually there, it appears, etc. Very nice. So that is a commit worth. Data loading from backend with easy-peasy. All right. So now it gets more interesting because we are not validating our data yet, and although we use TypeScript, this is an important aspect of TypeScript. When you look at your skill model, for instance, what are we saying here? We're saying, or what does skill, array of skills mean here? I mean, we're getting any data here, and it's being stored in a variable called skills, and that is of type skill array. But what if this data isn't actually that shape? I mean, a skill, right, is an object with ID code, name, URL. What if one of those objects instead of name had title? Well, if it had title, let's look here. Here's Angular, CI/CD, React. Okay. What if, you know, we edit our JSON file manually, and we're typing in a new one, and instead of name, we say title. What's going to happen when I refresh this page? I would say that Angular simply disappears. Why is that? The object is still being loaded, but it's displaying here name, but there is no name. Title gets lost, and when we try to display name, name is empty, and that's why we don't see anything. Why didn't TypeScript catch this? The reason is TypeScript only exists when you develop and doesn't exist when you execute. And that means that when you look at this code here, this doesn't have any validation force to it when the code executes. This is just simply the intention of the developer. What I'm saying is, I intend, I think, I assume, I hope that the data here is of this shape. So treat it as if it is of that shape while we develop. But that's no guarantee that this data is this shape in the real world when the code executes. That's a very important aspect of TypeScript to understand. It's ephemeral. It exists only while you develop, and when you deploy, it evaporates into thin air and you only have JavaScript. That JavaScript has been checked so that it's internally consistent. We know that we don't use a variable named title, but we're displaying name, and in the real world when this data comes in for Angular, there is no property name. But TypeScript never knows that because it isn't existing when the code executes. So, what can we do? We can use a tool named Zod, which is basically TypeScript in execution mode. That means it performs the service of TypeScript when the code actually executes, which means that when the data comes in, it's going to check it to see that it is the right shape, and if it's not the right shape, we can act on, for instance, that object Angular and remove the object, since this here is false. It says 251 skills, but if you count these, there are only 250. Zod will remove that object so that this says 250 skills, and there are 250 skills. So it makes your executed code more stable. How do we use it? So, yeah, never trust data outside of your application. This is what I showed. If you change this to title, it just doesn't exist. This is what we've all explained. So step 9 was just understanding why you need Zod. Right. The next step here is preparing the ability or preparing our code to be able to use Zod. And what that means is that we are going to, from our thunk here, we're going to, instead of get the data here, we're going to just get the data from our data model and say get skills. And the data model is going to be responsible for validated code. The data model will never give you invalid code. That's the abstraction that we want here. So this skill model is going to use the data model, and the skill model will not have to deal with validating. Okay, that brings up the issue that we're going to have to, because this thunk is retrieving data asynchronously, we're going to have to make a function that fetches the data asynchronously and returns the data asynchronously, which means we need to make a async function that returns not the data but the promise of the data. And when you do that, you can then use await, just as you did before, as we see here. Skills await data model get skills, because it's not returning the data, it's returning a promise of the data, and when the data arrives, it's resolved. So that's one reason I included this, or actually we need this to use Zod, I would say, and to have an abstraction data model that handles all validation. But this is also a very good skill to have, to know how and to know when you need to use a function that has a promise. So let's do that. We need to create data model. We'll do that in store because it has to do with the store. Why don't I just clean things up here? So source, store, data model. Okay. We'll get this automatically, so let's just here do, of course we have to export it because we need it from another file. So it's going to be called data model get skill. This is an async data model because it in turn gets data asynchronously. And so what do we need to return? A new promise. Not the data, but a promise. So when we give a promise, we have to say, okay, data's coming and it's going to be of this type, an array of skill. When it comes, it's going to be an array of skill. So we need two functions here, resolve and reject, if it works or if it didn't work, because there could be something wrong with the API that we're calling or we're fetching the data from. Alright, so let me yeah, that's all we need there actually. Yeah. Oh shit. Yeah. Okay. Then we need our iffy. Super. Let's go ahead and load this skill. Super. Resolve is just not used so far. So let's do the try catch. And this means catch it. Catch is unknown again. And actually this isn't enough here, because if E is not an error, it will still try to display the message of E. So we need to do it like we did before. This isn't right. And that's why I will also fix that in my HOWTO. Alright. So how did we do that? If E is instance of error, then we can say reject with error, and then I don't need this E as error because we know that it is of type error, because it wouldn't be in here if it weren't an error, because this is actually executed code. So we can just say message. That's much cleaner code. But if it's not an error, if something completely unexpected happened and it comes in as a, I don't know, undefined or whatever, then we can say reject error unknown and just output undefined or whatever, maybe unknown error, like that. So that's clean, I would say. So now try, yeah, so here basically let's just go to skills model, and here we need all of this. We can just take it. Actually, we could have taken this as well, but let me copy it so we don't have all these errors. So, and here, so, all right. So Axios we can load automatically. Thank you very much. Right, we don't have actions. What we're doing here is we're just going to resolve the skills. Resolve. I mean, whenever it gets here, because it's not going to get here immediately, whenever it arrives, resolve it, and that means resolve the promise. All right. And there we have it. A custom async promise function. Yeah, let's consume it, which is going to be much simpler. Let me use the magic of Vim here and delete everything between the brackets. Change inner brackets. Yeah. And so const underscore skills, same thing, equals now await data model. Okay, that didn't work. Why isn't data model? Ah, okay, I know why. Because of this, I need to import it like that. Axios we don't need anymore. Thank you very much. Import star as data model. You could do this other ways, but I like this syntax because then you can type data model and then dot and you get all of the functions that are in data model. But for that you have to import it manually here. Not that hard, so jump down to the bottom and data model, yeah, and then dot, and the only function that it has is get skills. That's what we want. Get skills, and yeah, we have our iffy, we have our await, and so it awaits until it gets the content for skills, and then what do? Exactly what we did before. Actions, set skills with what we got. So this didn't, this should work. First of all, let's first see if it works. It does work. Angular is no longer there because we had changed that before. Let's go back to not Angular, but JSON skills, yeah. Angular, it's not title but name. And so we see that it is actually working, but I'm going to actually change that back because that's going to be the next thing that we do is validate this data as it comes in. Each object will validate with Zod and make sure that there is a name title, and if not, then this object gets thrown out. The developer gets informed, and the user does not see incorrect data here. He'll see 250 skills because there are actually only 250 skills. Right, and so after all of that work, we have no new functionality. We simply moved the loading of data to another level in our data model. Right, so we don't have anything to gain from that yet, although in the future, in the next step, we will now be able to use Zod in the data model, which will make the data model responsible for data validation, which is clean abstraction. So what did we do? Refactored fetching skills to data model. Alrighty. And the next step then is to use Zod to do that. I'm actually going to go get some more coffee. But before I do, let's just get a little overview of Zod before we use it. Again, Zod is TypeScript at runtime. TypeScript in the real world. And there's an interesting connection between Zod and TypeScript, and that is that we will no longer define this type. We will define only a Zod type, and we will infer the TypeScript type from the Zod type. And that's a very tight connection that Zod and TypeScript have. Is TypeScript gets all of its types from Zod. But Zod can be much more strict in its type checking. For instance, I'm not sure if we do it here. Do we? Yes, we do. In URL, for instance. This has to be a number, okay? ID has to be a number. ID code has to be a string, okay, name has to be a string, a description has to be a string. There's nothing different there from what was in our type here. Number, string, 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 string. But here, URL, it not only has to be a string, but it has to be a URL. That means it's being validated with regex to make sure it starts with HTTP or HTTPS, has a colon, 2 slashes, and has a valid URL syntax. And you can do all kinds of things, like you could say that the ID must be higher than 0 and less than, I don't know, 10,000 or a million or whatever, or just higher than 0, because you can in that way make sure that no data gets in your application without an ID that makes sense, and it can't. You wouldn't want a negative ID, for instance. Things like that. Yeah. So that's the connection between Zod and TypeScript, and then basically this is our data model, which we will now the get skills we will make a little bit more complex in that we now validate each skill that comes in with a for loop, and we say here parse it, and if anything is wrong, if anything doesn't match this structure in runtime as the data comes in, then it goes here in this else, and what we do then is just output it in the console log. Of course, this later would be, for instance, I don't know, send an email or send some kind of notify the developer that, hey, there's data coming into your application that is invalid. You might want to take a look at it. Because we're not sending it on to the user. We're not adding it to the skills array that is going to be sent back. Yeah. Right, and so we'll see what happens then when we do that. So that's an overview of Zod, and I'll be right back. We'll implement Zod. The first thing we need to do is install Zod. So that's easy enough. When we install, we should probably look at package.json. It's going to come into dependencies because it will be used during runtime. So npm install Zod. And there we go, 324.1. Now we need to define the Zod schema, from which the TypeScript type will infer. So go to types. This we can basically get rid of. We need to import Z from Zod, and then we're exporting skill schema, which is Zod speak, and that's all going to come from Z for Zod. This is an object. There's all kinds of types. You can go to the documentation and check out, you know, date, yeah, all kinds of things. Object, promise. You can go as deep as you want in Zod, but for our purposes, we're just going to use, I mean, we need the definition of an object, which has ID as a number, and ID code, and again, we are getting these from here. Put this on the right. So, yeah, ID is a number, ID code is a string, then we have name, and we have description, and we have URL, and URL is not only a string, but a URL. What else do we have here? It could be date, time, a duration, an email, etc. Ends with, includes, all kinds of validation language here. So very rich in functionality. URL, it has to be, yeah, and that is our Zod schema. And now we will infer our TypeScript type from our Zod schema. Export type skill equals Z infer type of skill schema. There we go. So now our type is basically or exactly the same as it was before, because it doesn't, I mean, ID is still a number, ID code, name, and description are still strings, URL is still a string, and this URL validation that Zod has doesn't get translated into TypeScript. It's still simply a string. In fact, we could look here and we see that this is the exact same type that we had before. ID number, string, 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 and string. There's no URL-ness here in TypeScript. TypeScript is just for developing, Zod is for runtime. Alright, so now we have our schema that we need and our same type that we had. So now what we need to do is go to we could actually save this, created a Zod schema. I try to commit quite often just in case. For instance, I mean, I know that this is correct, so if we start doing this and I mess things up and it doesn't work anymore, I can always go back to this point with a revert. So that's the reason for that. And here we are in the data model. So this data model we are going to extend, and this catch is basically here. So basically we're just changing everything inside the try. So this we still have, we still get the response, yeah. This 200 we still have, and then we need, so basically it's just these two lines. So we used to say that what comes from response data is minus skills. we're now going to say that they're raw skills. Because we really don't know what they are. We could call them untrusted skills or dirty skills, or yeah, raw I find is, or invalid skills, or potentially invalid skills. But raw is the name that I use for anything that's coming from outside that I'm not sure of yet. It's raw. It's not valid. So then we're going to define our skills that we're actually going to send back. And at this point, we don't have any. We simply have an empty array, but of JavaScript skills. So you might, I mean, better might be, or more accurate might be that these aren't actually of type skill. You don't really know that. But I'm assuming that. And because I assume that, I'm going to have autofill functionality in Visual Studio Code. Down here we'll see that. So that's why I call them skills, although you could arguably call them unknown, an array of unknown. But yeah, I mean, look at them. They're pretty much known. It's just that they're skills. It's just that they might be corrupted a bit, or invalid, or that's what we're checking here. So that's why I call these skills, although that's not 100% correct. It's pragmatic. So yeah, now we just need to go through the raw skills, check each one, and if it's valid, push it into skills. If it's not valid, do something with it to inform the developer, or at least don't pass it on to the user because it's invalid. So let's do the for loop. Raw skill of raw skills. There we go. So now we're going to create yeah, here's what we're going to do. We're going to get a parse result. We're going to parse this raw skill with the schema. And if anything is wrong with this schema, or with this object, then parse result will be false. That's the point. That's Zod doing its work. So parse result equals, equals skill schema. I have to load that in, so it's loaded in on line 2 now, imported. Safe parse. There's also another kind of, there's safe parse and parse. You'd have to look them up. I believe safe parse is, you would just have to look them up, but safe parse is what we want, because I know that it'll be false if it's not valid. So check raw skill and see if it's valid or not. Alright, so is it valid? If it's valid, parse result, success, then we're going to add it to skills because it has everything that we need. ID is a number, everything else is a string, and URL is a URL. So, yeah, ID is, and this is where raw skill being a skill comes in handy, because I say raw skill and I can say ID now. If I had defined raw skills as unknown, which arguably they are, I wouldn't have this nice autofill. So then we have here ID code, raw skill, ID code, and what am I doing here? cleansing, right? This data that's coming in, what's wrong with this? Cannot find name ID code. Okay. What's wrong with that? Why can't you find ID code? ID code. Isn't that odd? Maybe it's just a I'm not finished issue. Let's see, name, raw skill, and then we'll talk about this trim here. Trim. That's odd. Skill. Skills is right. Ah, okay, yeah, right, okay. Yeah, because I totally messed this up. What we're doing here is we have to create a skill of type skill, of course. So const skill of type skill equals blam 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 blam. Okay. So yeah, and this is not valid yet because there's some properties missing, description, etc. Right. So now trim, what that does is if there's spaces on the left or right of any of this, it's simply trimmed. So it's not like if there are extra spaces at the end of a name in an object in Angular or something, Angular space space space, it'll simply be trimmed and look nicer and be predictable in the application, but it won't be thrown out as invalid. You could put it, you know, make sure that with a regex that there's no empty space at either end of name, for instance, and if there is, then it is thrown out as invalid if that's what you wanted. But usually trim is just a cleansing thing, so you know you have clean data that has no spaces at the beginning or end. So description, raw skill, description, trim that as well, and then we have URL, which is raw skill. It's of type URL, and not of type URL. I mean, it is URL, and that's trimmed as well. Yeah, but it is of type URL. That's right. Yeah. So one problem with this, it doesn't have ID, I think. Why doesn't it say that though? Oh, so it does have ID. Yeah. Okay, it's got everything. It's just not being used. Yeah. Signed, but never being used. Very nice. Let's use it in that because it is valid, we will now add it to skills, push that skill. All right. So now every skill that is valid will be added to the array that is going to be sent back to our store, which will then be sent to our view, which will then be displayed on the page. But we still need to handle this case. If it's invalid, what do we want to do? And what I'm doing here is just printing it out in the browser. Yeah, just for time's sake, I'm going to just copy this. You'll see what this does. I mean, basically, I'm just going to output this here as an error in the console log. I'm outputting a string, so I'm defining it here. It's going to say invalid skill to import. It's stringifying the JSON of the raw skill. That means that it will be displayed nicely with indentation of 2 tabs, etc., or 2 spaces. And then in this parse result are all the errors. So it will actually say not only this is invalid, but hey, your URL is wrong, or there's no name property, etc., which is very useful. Which could even be passed on as information to the user if you want it. But in this case, we want to just get bad data out of the import, inform the developer, let's say that this is going to some kind of log that the developer reads, etc. Alright, and that's it. I think that will be okay. Let's look at our skills JSON. We see that Angular is still title, so that's invalid now. It should be thrown out. So we should have 250 items instead of 251. Let's see. We have 249. Isn't that interesting? I happen to know why, because I did this before, and it's very interesting. Look at this. Invalid skill in import. ID code Angular. Okay, so it's saying this is wrong. What's the problem? Error in field name. It's required. Name is required. So you get this report of exactly what's wrong with this item, which is very useful. Now look, it also found something else. Look at this. Invalid skill in import, graphite. It has no URL. And so it's saying an empty string is not a valid URL. So it didn't import that one either. That's something that I didn't know originally that I had that error in this JSON file. So Zod has already paid for itself the time it took to implement it. So if we wanted to correct these, we would then go to JSON. We would say, okay, field name is required. Ah, look, it's title. Haha, my fault. So let's load it again. Now there are 250 Angulars there, but it still has this problem with the graphite. All right. Let's take a look at that. Graphite, GraphQL, graphite. How many graph stuff is there? Graphite. Okay, there's graphite. So indeed, look, no URL. Let's graphite software. I'm not even sure what that is. Graphite project. It kicks ass and chews bubblegum. Got it. Alright, whatever that does, it seems to be important. I got all of these, by the way, from job applications, so they're all technologies that have been on job applications at one point or another. Must be important. A monitoring tool that runs equally well on cheap hardware or cloud infrastructure. Okay, so now we have a URL. We reload this again. We should have 251 skills, which we do. So, nice job, Zod. Alright. That's a commit worth here. Implemented Zod. Alright. Super. Oh, we're going on 3.5 hours here. Yeah, that's what we did here. So enable user to toggle skills. Basically an overview of what we still have left is we're going to toggle, enable us to toggle these skills. So this is a little front-end React. But will also be, yeah, you have to, we're going to have to add another property. On here. We'll see that is open or something like that. And then we're going to enable the user to delete skills. So we're going to have to go in the backend, create a delete route, test that with Postman, and then come back here and make a delete button, and when we press the delete button, press it, UX is going to be gone. Yeah, that's the roadmap. So many miles before we sleep. Enable user to toggle skills. Exactly, that's right where we are. I actually was able to resolve this issue that I mentioned earlier about raw skills being defined as skills. That's actually not accurate. And I found a pretty nice way to actually define them as unknown, yet still get the auto-completion. That's nice here. I think this is an elegant way to solve this. So you have raw skills that are indeed unknown. Yeah, and then yeah, how you get the auto-completion is you take these, what you expect to be there, out in oh, what do they call that? One sec. Destructuring, of course. It's called destructuring. And then we get the auto-completion here. So another thing that is going on here that we need is in order to have the ability to track if a skill is open or closed, like this, and you can have as many as you want opened, you know, so each one has its own state of being opened or not. We need to add that property to each object, but this property is of course not in the JSON, so we have to add it. And that means we have actually two kinds, two types, two shapes of data. One is a raw skill schema, and I'm using the word raw here a bit differently, a little nuance here, but I don't know, there should be some other, maybe backend skill schema or something like that. That's not correct, but we can use that word. We have raw skill schema, which is just exactly what's in the JSON file. And then we have skill schema, which is an extension of raw skill schema plus is open. And we have then two types that we infer. So we have this two-level typing here. And then what we're going to do is get all of the basic types from the raw data, and then fill them all in and set is open as false. We want all of these skills to be closed. If we change this to true, then they would, at the beginning, they would, when the page loaded, they would all be open. Yeah, and then in React we can just change this property and on each item, and it'll automatically open and close. That's very nice. Yeah, so that's what we're going to do now. Let's do that here. Data model. Actually, we need to do this in the types first. Alright, so we have this raw skill schema is now going, this skill schema is now going to be raw skill schema. Yes. So now we have another schema that we want to make, and that is called skill schema. That's the main one that will be present in the view in the page, and it is an extension of raw skill schema. Extend it and add is open, which is Boolean. Of course, Z. And you could have other properties here like highlighted, marked for deletion, like that would be for if you have a delete button and you don't want to delete it immediately, but you want to mark it for deletion, so they click on delete and it says, are you sure, yes or no, you know. So all kinds of things would come in here later. The important thing is that you have a distinction between the raw data coming in and this decorated enhanced object that is a front-end object. With properties like isOpen. So now we have this skill is still right, exactly, and then we just need to also have a raw skill. So skill, raw, skill, and raw skill, exactly. So types have been updated, schemas and types, and now we need to change our, so this is not correct anymore because isOpen is not here. But we need to change another thing, and that is what I had mentioned before, that raw skills are not really skills. So this is actually more accurate. They're unknown, and it should be marked as unknown. That this is data coming from outside and we don't know what shape it actually is. That's more true of the world, let's say. So, but that means that we're going to need, right after we know it's a success, we need to get all of these fields. So the reason why this works is because we're inside here, and Visual Studio Code is smart enough to know we're inside this parse result is a success, and that means it's a success. That means all of these fields are there. So when I start typing here, is that true or not? I remember this being kind of tricky, but it works. Let's see if we can understand this better. Just a second. So parse result data. Alright, so now we have this is parse result data. Yeah, here, look. Parse result data. I mean, it is a success, so it does have these fields. Let's look. If I take this off and I say here ID, it sees that there's an ID and an ID code. It knows that it's there because it passed this parse result. And that's why we have the auto correction here, which is quite nice. I mean, this is what makes programming with TypeScript and Zod pleasant. I mean, you just your editor is thinking along with you. Okay, this red line is just means that they're never used. Okay. So now, this isn't raw skill ID, but ID. Name. URL true. Yeah. And why is this red? Because isOpen isn't there. So we just need to define isOpen. isOpen is false. And that's everything's okay. Yeah. And we know that every skill has all of these properties plus isOpen. And isOpen we're going to use now on our page here. So we have completed something, and that is that skill now has is open property. All right. So let's do this thing here. Let's just get here, page welcome. Yeah. All right. So now we're just listing them here, but we're going to do that a bit more. Let's see, skills map, yeah, return, and we're just kind of outputting them very simply here. But what we're going to do here is we're going to output them, yeah, not just the name. So basically we're changing everything inside here. So in every LE, we're going to have a, if I can do this, oh yeah, yeah, but that looks too, nah. Sorry. Okay. We're going to have the p tag, which shows the skill name, yeah. And then if skill is open, then it will show this. So again, in terms of time, let me just copy this. Otherwise we'll be here all day. And the main thing is that this is understood. So let's understand it. Yeah, this will still run, so this should actually... Okay, there's a problem here. Is open. Okay. Error in field is open is required. Okay, there's some kind of problem still in our data model. So let's go ahead and fix that. This is testing the parse result, and that is of raw skill. That is of no. All right, let's see what we have here. Okay, let me figure this out. One sec. Okay. Yeah, of course. We're doing a validation on skill schema. And skill schema, I mean, we can see it here, right? Skill schema. It's better to see here. One sec here. Types, yeah. So skill schema has is open, and none of these have is open. So we need to be validating not on skill schema, but raw skill schema, which I actually had here, which I didn't see. So raw skill schema, yeah. That needs to be imported, of course, yeah. Update from types, yeah. And skill schema doesn't need to be imported here. Just skill. So welcome, yeah, handle toggle we don't have yet, but it'll still display, yeah. So yeah, what this code does is it says it just displays this as before. When you click it, will actually execute this handle function. But if the skill is open, then it'll display information, the skill description, get more about, and the URL, etc. So how can we display that now? We can just say, okay, all of these are true, and they'll all be open at the beginning. So I say this is true, and it reloads, and they're all open, because each of their properties is open is true. Right, and this works here, nest, etc. Okay, so that works. Now what we want to do is make it so that when we click, it actually changes the value of isOpen from false to true or true to false. Let me copy that as well. So this is going to be here above the return in welcome. Above the return, exactly. Alright, so we need skill here. Yeah. Save skill we also need, and that's something we don't have yet. Save skill is going to be in our skill model. I don't believe I saved that here. Where is it here? I did not save that. Let me add that to the how-to here. Add save skill. Okay. So what we can do here is you go to the top, and at any time if something is unclear, code is here, so you can go to the repository and get code that you need. So I know that my code that I need is in models here and in skill, and it is here save skill, right? So we need to define an action to save the skill. It's going to be an action. Let's just copy all this stuff. No problem. Data model, skill model, exactly. So we have an action here. And yeah, save skill. Okay. Now this is saying, hey, you defined save skill, but you didn't implement it. Okay. So we will say save skill. Let me just copy it. Save skill, copy. This is actions, exactly. Just by the way, some of these functions have underlines, some don't. Oh, this is messy, really. But yeah, that's why some of underline functions are internal functions inside the store. So they're never called from, say, a page. They're only called from, like this thunk. It does a side effect, deletes the skill if it actually worked, if the skill was actually deleted in the backend. Only then is yeah, actually this should be down here. But the point is that this underline means that it's an internal function. In any case, we have the skill, save skill here. What does it do? It takes a skill. It says that the index of it gets the index of the skill. So it looks in all of the skills that are there, and it finds the index. So if it's the second item in the array, then the index is then 1. If it's the first item, it's 0. If it didn't find it, then it's -1. So if it's not -1, if it found it, then it returns a copy of that skill. That's what save skill does. All right. So let's import it. Save skill is a we were here. Save skill So I still have message in here. Okay, let's say we don't need message. Oh, we can leave the message in there, it's fine. So in any case, here we have skills, and then we have save skills, which is an action. Skills is a state, so we need actually another one here. So const equals use typed, and then we have actions, and so we have here actions, and then we open it up, we use actions, and we say skill model exactly, and then we go here and we say we want save skill. Voila, and it uses save skill, and that actually should work. That actually should work. Let's see if it works. Okay, they're all open. They don't need to be all open. They should be closed. So let's go to data model and say not true but false. Alright. And so they're all closed. Let's close this. And let's click on one. React. Perfect. GitLab. Perfect. Bootstrap. Perfect. And of course that works, but that's no surprise. But they are clickable. Yeah, that's exactly what we wanted. Yeah, very nice, very nice. So, items are clickable, open, close, whatever. Yeah, we're moving along. And now, for the final finale, we're going to enable this. The user to click a delete button, and it actually deletes from the backend. And to do this, we are going to have to create, here, so yeah, enable user to delete. We have to first delete or create a delete route on the backend. I'm going to actually just be copying code here. We'll talk about it after I copy it in. For the sake of time, because we're at 3:47, almost 4 hours. Let's see here. Delete. We need to go into the backend. We need to go into main, or actually routers, right? We need to go into skills. So now we have our skills router. We can get all the skills. We can get a specific skill. Actually, we don't use that from the front end. We could, but we don't. But we are going to use this one. So we need to import this JSON response. Why JSON response? Yeah, this is just a way to. Python automatically can return in JSON, like if you just send an object or a dictionary, but this is just explicit, so let's add that. And then I'm just going to add this whole thing here, and we'll talk about it. So the router. Yeah. So we're going to basically, what we want to do is send a delete request with an ID. Let me just do this first, actually, just so we can see how it works. Let's look at our JSON here. Let's say we want to delete ID number 2, CICD. We'll go to our postman. We will, yeah, we'll just use this one. Let's say we want to use, what was that, number 2? We want to delete it. We will send a delete request with number 2. It will arrive with ID, and what happens is it gets all the skills, and then it gets the skill to delete. So it takes the ID, and this is the find, basically, version, the Python version of find. Kind of funky, with a lot of skills here, for in if. But nonetheless, you do either get a skill to delete or some kind of undefined, it's none or something. Yeah, if not skill to delete, if it doesn't exist, then say skill not found. That'll happen. We'll test that out. So if it gets to here, then it's an actual skill. So what this does is this redefines skills except for that one skill. Okay, this is basically, what is this, map. This is a kind of map from JavaScript, which maps a new array or list in Python with all the objects except the one that's deleted, and then it just writes to the file again and doesn't include the one that was deleted, which means in effect it was deleted. Yeah, JSON dump, okay, right, and then it returns what was deleted in case you want to use that on the front end. So that's what happened. So this should work here. I am going to delete number 2. When I click send, I expect to see the item that was deleted, and it'll say deleted, skill to delete, the whole object, and it'll be a 200. I think that's correct, 200. In any case, it's okay. And what we will see also is that it's gone from here. So we'll have 1 and then 3. So let's try it. Delete number 2. Blam. And deleted, CICD. So on the front end, I could display this. This is the item that was deleted. And as we see here, 1, 3. It was deleted. If we click here, yeah, there we see that it was indeed deleted. We can revert that so it's not deleted anymore. Alright. Right, so the backend works. We can check that in. Backend delete, how it works. And so of course in this now going over 4-hour video, I'm not going to show how to do complete CRUD, but it would be similar. You would create a route, for instance, post to create a new item, and then in the front end you would have to make a little form that the user can type in the data for a new skill and then hit enter, and then it's posted to the back end, and etc. That's just like, you know, full stack basics. Alright, so the back end is finished. Let's look at what we need to do to get this to work in the front end. We need some kind of button. So add delete button on each skill, which calls the backend route to delete the skill. Yeah. All right. So we have here, let's close all this and go to page welcome. All right. And let's see here. This is that. Get more information about da 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 da. Yeah. A. Okay. So P. P to P. P to P. Yeah. So it's everything after that. It's basically this here. Check. Button delete da da da. So that's going to be the button. After this, yeah, that's a div. Okay. Great, so we should actually be able to see that already. Info, yeah, delete. Okay, it's not very styled, is it? So let's style that thing. Index SCSS. Why do I have... okay, yeah, this is, okay, this is a little tailwind thing. I'm defining a style in tailwind for the buttons. I could just define the styles here, but you often want all your buttons to look the same, so let me show you how to do this. You go to index. There's one index SCSS file. That's where Tailwind is loaded. It already has an H1 here. You know, so you put in, this is kind of not like going against the philosophy of Tailwind, but we're going to do it anyway. So all of our buttons look the same. It's a very pragmatic thing. So if we look at info, yeah, here we have a button. And they all look the same. I mean, they would look the same if we just put it in the code anyway, but if we had buttons all over the site, they would all look the same. Alright, so that's good. And now we have a handle delete. If I click this, nothing would happen. An error would happen because it's not being defined. So let's do that. Alright. Here. We have here handle delete. Okay, which uses delete skill, so we're going to have to get that as well. Handle delete. Alright, delete skill. Where is delete skill? Skill model. Delete skill. This time we have it in here. We don't have to go to the repository to get it. Delete skill. Notice that this is underscored because that's an internal action. Because we need to actually delete the skill from the backend, which is a side effect, and that therefore it needs to be a thunk. So we need this delete skill thunk. Let's copy the delete skill thunk. Let's go to that thunk in store. Exactly. Store. Store. Models. Skill. Delete skill. So we have a thunk here, which is load skills, right? We need to add the delete skill thunk. There we have it. We need to define the delete skill thunk. And that is this, of course. You always have this, and then, which is the model, and then the skill. So what's defined can be implemented. Alright, so yeah, Axios. Why isn't Axios? Huh? Ah, right. Right, so okay, a criticism of this code could be that this deletion should be done in the data model as well, right? The data model should take care of this to have a nice abstraction, but yeah, we're being pragmatic at the moment. So we're going to do it here. We're going to do an async delete. It's going to have to wait. The delete may work, it may not. And this is wrong, right? I mean, because you only want to delete it if it actually deleted it in the backend, right? Yes. So I'm going to take this here and put it here, of course. And I'm going to also change that on my HOWTO. Okay, so that makes sense. Try to delete it in the backend. If it actually deleted it in the backend, then also reflect that deletion in the front end. Otherwise, don't delete it. Don't reflect the deletion in the backend because it never happened. Don't reflect the deletion that didn't happen in the backend on the front end because it didn't happen in the backend. And simply say fail to delete, or yeah, here. Yeah, I'm just thinking here you would want to return something to so that you could indicate on the front end that it wasn't deleted, right? We are going to do that here. This CRUD front end coding takes forever and is can get very complicated, but it's just important to understand. 1 second, please. Okay. Yeah, so the important thing is to understand that yeah, to elegantly handle a problem in the back end where the skill couldn't be deleted, maybe the database wasn't available or something, or the JSON file didn't exist at that point or something, you would need to pass on something here. You would need to send an object back from this thunk so that the page could then take that and say, oh, to the user, sorry, you clicked delete, but we can't delete it at this time. Please try again, or something. You know, that would be the elegant way to do it. We aren't going to do that right now. So we'll just assume that it's deleted, but if it's not deleted in the back, then it won't be deleted in the front, at least. So we are handling it a bit, but not that elegantly. Yeah, so there we go. So a thunk then calls another function, an internal function, which simply deletes the skill. It has no side effects. It simply deletes the skill. Here we go. There we go. So, yeah, no magic here really. Accepts the skill. Index. Find the index again. Okay, we're doing the same thing as the save the skill. But when we find it, what we're going to do is instead of saving it into the index with the new property values, we are going to splice it out of the index. So we're going to delete it. But this is just front-end stuff. And the importance of having this kind of complicated separation between thunks, I mean, we have a delete skill here and then a delete skill here, is that this has side effects and this doesn't. But that means that this is 100% testable. You know, you can have tests that have a huge array. It deletes 100 of them one at a time and sees if they're actually deleted. It tests how the state works. And then testing these thunks would be more tested and like end-to-end testing. That's the philosophy behind that. So now we have a delete skill in our store model. We can use that simply by adding it here, because we already have actions, and a thunk is an action, so I just have to say delete skill, and there it is. Bam. Note, however, and this is why, okay, these both have the same name, delete skill thunk. It should be called delete skill thunk, actually, shouldn't it? I'm going to call it that. So I think F2, yeah, nice. Delete skill thunk, bam. I believe it changed it here. Is that right? No, it didn't. Okay. Delete skill thunk, yeah. So here we see that this is called delete skill thunk. I think that's better. I think that's arguably better to call this a thunk, because here you immediately see save skill. That's not that's not doing anything. That's just an action. That's not async. That has no side effects. In fact, it may not. It shouldn't be called save skill. It should be called like update skill. Whereas save skill would be if you saved it to the database. What this is doing is like a front-end update. It's just updating is open, but is open isn't saved in the database in the JSON file in the backend. So, yeah. And this abstraction between just state and thunks, which have side effects, is yeah, something that you get from using libraries like Redux or Reducer at all. Yeah, it's worth. I mean, yeah, the main benefit that you get is that you can test your state 100%. So anyway, we have now everything to delete a skill from the front end. I believe this will work. So let's set this up so that we have here the page. Bam. I'm actually going to commit this because we're going to be deleting from the database or from the JSON file. What did we do? We completed or implemented delete from front end. Alright, let's see if that's actually the case. So now we will put this on the screen, our skills JSON. Let's delete, let's say, Bootstrap. So here's Bootstrap somewhere, yeah. Number 9. So we're going to click it and we're going to click on delete. And that will call the thunk, which will delete the item, which will then call delete, which will delete it, which will delete the front end object out of the array. Okay. Here we go. Delete. It didn't work. Alright. Let's see why it didn't work. Ah, we have a... Okay, that's interesting. We have the cores problem again. I had that last time as well when I did this. That's very interesting. So let's go to skills. I'll try to find this live. If I can't, I'll find it and then come back. But yeah, skills pi. So yeah, let me look for this and then I'll tell you what the problem was. Okay, I think I found the problem. we have to, this is the code that works, and this is our code currently. You see that we have here also on our cores allow methods, and that means allow all methods. Apparently if you don't have all methods, it covers cores protection for get but nothing else, and what we're sending is delete. So I haven't tried this, but this is the one difference and should be it. So star and should work, right? Why is that red? Always keyword. What? I'll be right back. Oh, okay. Allow not origins, but allow methods. Isn't that it? What's the problem? Syntax error, positional. Sometimes this is just some kind of... Oh. Alright, I'll be right back. Oh, typo. Okay. Equals. Alright, so now it's allowing all methods, including delete. You could put in here only delete and all that kind of stuff, but this is a local app, it's just fine. So that should now work. Let's test it live. So Bootstrap is still there. Let's go to the... Actually, let's close everything here and go to JSON and go down here to Bootstrap. So this is number 9. After I click delete on Bootstrap, it should be deleted, and there should be 8 and 10 here. So delete, blam, it's gone. It is gone here and it's gone here, so 100% it worked. We can delete another one, testing. Here's testing, number 8, delete, blam, it's gone. Strange that it doesn't have these red marks here, but when we click on it here, we see that indeed these two are gone. Yep. Alright. So that was the long journey of creating a full stack app. React in the front, Python, FastAPI in the back. And yeah, worked through a lot of problems, learned a little easy peasy, some good TypeScript concepts, I think, a promise function, which is good to know. Yeah, hope it worked for you. If not, write in the comments or ask your friendly AI bot. Good luck, and thanks for staying till the end. That's all for now.